Severe thunderstorm warning for southern Lawrence County in Middle Tennessee, central Giles County in Middle Tennessee.
Good evening, everybody. Day 2 of severe weather here in the south. Yesterday we were in Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Today we're in the Dixie Alley area. Dixie Alley area meaning Mississippi, Alabama. That general area stretching between Jackson, Mississippi, and Huntsville, Alabama, going over the edge of Birmingham and splitting Alabama kind of up the middle there. We got a nice big tornado watch. That's in the pink area. I wanted to come on here and make sure everybody was aware that the pink shaded area there is a tornado watch. If we do catch a tornado warning, we'll move into probably the what we call the GR2 radar. It's our more detailed radar, as we can try to watch and pick out rotations in the storms if things looking favorable. I did just get home from work, so I went ahead and turned on the stream because the tornado watch just got issued. The details are at the bottom of the screen, scrolling through from the National Weather Service about the tornado watch. There's a couple severe thunderstorms near Jackson, Mississippi right now, moving northeast. They have strong damaging winds, some medium-sized hail. You're looking at 3/4 inch size hail with those storms down there. They are growing, though. We have a lot of storms that are popping up, and as we get later into the evening, those storms are going to be more intense, and they have the potential to become rotating thunderstorms or supercells. Supercells obviously are known in the plains for causing tornadoes. Not saying that's going to happen, but saying conditions are likely. That's why this tornado watch is out. So if you're in the Mississippi and Alabama area between Birmingham, Jackson, towards and north of that area, if you're between Birmingham and Jackson and north in Mississippi or Alabama, then you're under a tornado watch. So keep an eye out. Make sure your emergency alerts are on your phone. You can check that in your settings and your notifications at the very bottom for government alerts. Make sure that your emergency alerts are on. If you have a NOAA weather radio from National Weather Service or whatever it is, I would suggest go ahead and turning that on. That way you can get those updates immediately as they come out. And yeah, we're just going to leave the stream running right now. I'm going to go eat some supper. And watching the dog again this evening. So got to pay attention to the dog and take care of her. And as we see things get more intense, I'll probably be here more often with more updates. If things start to break out a little bit, then I'll probably be here constantly as we watch each of these storms. If things start to look particularly dangerous with tornadoes or some intense storms, we'll see. We have a nice line of storms going through Tennessee right now, which um, there is one right there. Just got issued a severe thunderstorm warning there, just north of the Alabama line, um, west of Tullahoma. Tullahoma? I don't know how you say that. Never heard that before. Right north of Florence, Alabama, and Tennessee, you have a severe thunderstorm warning. Lots of rain going on up through there. It's hitting us too up here where I'm at. I'm in eastern Kentucky, and um, so although you may not see severe thunderstorm warnings, just be aware that line is there of pretty intense weather. So yeah, like I said, I'll be back with updates as they come. I'm gonna go step away and eat some supper and play with Doc for a little while. I'm gonna keep this playing in the background, keep it rolling, and as things start to get more intense, we'll get a little bit more involved. So thank you guys for watching. Thanks for coming out. Stay tuned for more. We'll be doing a lot more of these streams, I predict, as spring comes along. This is springtime weather, and we're still in February, so when spring rolls in, then there'll be a lot of these. This is what we're here for. We're here for the severe weather, significant weather, things that bring pretty intense threats. We'll be here through tornado season, through hurricane season this year. It'll be our first season on here streaming, so hopefully we gain a little traction and get a better reach out there with some people. And yeah, thanks for stopping by, guys.
Severe thunderstorm warning for East Central Rankin County in central Mississippi, Central Scott County in central Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for central Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi. Tornado warning for northeastern Rapides Parish in central Louisiana.
Alright guys, so we do have our first tornado warning of the evening, and it's not where we expected. It is down in Louisiana, just east of Alexandria, Louisiana. So I'm going to try to see if we can switch over here real fast. There we go. All right, there we're looking at a tornado warning just east of Alexandria, Louisiana, near DeVille, just northeast of Colon, north of Center Point. So we have radar indicated rotation. Let's go into our 4-panel mode here and see if we can see what they're seeing. All right, so we're going to put our velocities here, just like we talked about yesterday. There's some velocities in our CC here at the end. That velocity is easy to see. Yeah, we have a potential tornadic situation here. We have velocities indicated here by the varying colors. This is a base velocity, and this is our relative velocity of the storm. So we have some strong rotation in this area, with our tornadic center being right here in the center between these two grays, greens, and oranges here. So that is just southwest of DeVille, Louisiana. So we're going to track this right here and see what we're looking at. There, that's a lot better. Look at that storm relative. I fixed that. I tracked it. I forgot to set my storm motion, and so that you can see is some clear rotation. Our CC over here, which indicates debris signatures. If there's a tornado on the ground, most of the time they will come up with a debris signature, and that can be denoted here, and we can talk more details on that in a later date or a later video. Yesterday's stream we went over that pretty good detail about how this down here works. But what you'll see is in the midst of the maroons will be a small circle of blues or greens or blacks. If it's blacks, it's a pretty severe debris ball. This thing will be impacting, if it does go through DeVille, which it looks like it may go just north of DeVille. It'll be in the next 5 minutes or so. We do have some roads here. State Route 28 is just south of State Route 28, east of Alexandria, Louisiana, moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So this is radar indicated rotation, which is what we're seeing here. So this isn't a report from anybody on the ground that a tornado's on the ground, but it could potentially be. The things that I said a lot yesterday that I want to reiterate every time we have this tornado warning is that you need to treat this tornado warning like there's a tornado on the ground. That's a big, it seems to be a myth that I've always heard, is that if there's a tornado warning, that means there's a tornado, someone saw a tornado on the ground. That's not true, but the attitude is right. You should treat every tornado warning like there's a tornado on the ground and it's going to impact you directly. Prepare appropriately. You need to be, if you are in the path of this tornado, you need to be in the lower innermost part of your building, away from windows. You need to put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. If you have a basement, get in your basement. If you have a tornado shelter, get in your tornado shelter now. Get in it now. All right. This is why we always like to have our emergency alerts and our weather alerts on at all times. That's not something that we just turn on for severe events. I recommend that to everybody, to always have your emergency alerts on, because if you didn't notice, this is nowhere near our tornado watch sector in northern Mississippi and Alabama. We're in central Louisiana right now. This thing is just kind of out of nowhere. Here you have some strong rotation, just not in the watch area at all. It wasn't even, I don't even think it was on our national radar that we were watching, kind of the general area just now. It wasn't even in that field of view. So passing DeVille now, just northwest of DeVille, passing DeVille, in between the central part of DeVille. Let's put a background up here and see what we're looking at here. So DeVille is a small community. So we're just passing northwest of DeVille along, I can't read what that says. Is that 1207 or 20? The road that runs between DeVille and 28. Crossing that road right now. Just in between DeVille and 28. Northwest, 35 miles per hour. Holloway, 6:20 p.m. Oh, that's already passed. That's right now. I don't have Holloway. I don't see Holloway. When this storm continues on, we're going to be Walters, Archie, Jonesville. You're on down the road, 45 minutes. We'll see what happens here. This has got some decent rotation. Like I said, I don't see any sort of debris signature right now. I do see a hook. Do see a nice hook right there. Not anything too extreme, but it is absolutely indicative of a tornado, of rotation in the thunderstorm, rotating thunderstorm that could easily produce a tornado. You probably got a nice wall cloud right now, maybe even a funnel cloud. Maybe even a funnel cloud. I'm going to turn that background back off so we can see what we're doing here. Tornado warning is expected to expire in about 10 minutes. About 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time is when this tornado warning will expire. We will see if it gets extended depending on what happens here. I'm not seeing a lot of change. So I'm not seeing it get way more intense, and I'm not seeing it get way less intense. It's kind of just hanging out. Not very good. Not very good. Jonesville getting a nice severe thunderstorm right now, which could potentially be a good thing. If you can get a lot of that rain out in front of this rotation, it may mess with the updraft and kill it. It does look like in that latest scan, though, that it is dying down. Good thing. A little spin-up tornado. May or may not have been a tornado. We'll spin up rotation. We'll say that. These colors are getting less intense over here is what I'm looking at. So between this frame where we'd actually had grays in our base velocity, we got some brighter greens and some brighter yellows. We change the frames, these colors get way darker, and we lose that gray, which indicates that the velocities in the rotation are slowing down. Never saw any sort of CC drop over here, but it is a little bit clustery right now, so that doesn't mean there wasn't a tornado on the ground. That doesn't mean there's not right now. So I don't think there is a... Don't think there is. And a little rotation over here next to Winsner Extension. Sicily Island in the middle of Louisiana. Classic. Classic. We'll keep an eye on that right there. These rotations were very strong when the tornado warning got issued. Let's look into what we'll put our red square here. Red square is center, and what I use the red square for is I can use this and say, okay, this is the center of rotation. I'm going to put my red square on that, and I can use that red square. These are identical images. As you can see, they change as I move it. I can come over here to this and say this is the center of rotation. In the CC, I'm not seeing anything. That matches with that. And that's my center of rotation there, which matches with that hook. So it was decently strong now, but it does that. See that compared to that, you can see how much it's died off in the last few scans. It's good news. Good news, guys. You may not have a tornado. I want to keep an eye on that right there, though. Do want to keep an eye on that. In fact, I'm going to try to track this. Just see what these velocities are actually like. I'm going to go ahead and remove that marker. Come back here and retract from this storm. Center of rotation is just north just north of DeVille currently, moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. Subtle change, a subtle change. So it's didn't completely die off after that last frame. So we go from the lowest intensity, little bit higher intensity. We're starting to see a little bit of gray back. Starting to get a couple of brighter colors back, but it's nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. We're approaching the edge of the tornado warning right now, so it'll probably be canceled, I'd imagine. We've got 5 minutes left on the warning. I would say it would be canceled before it expires, because it's going to move out of that area pretty quick. And then we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens next. Dun dun dun. Nice ZDR column there.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Central Moore County in Middle Tennessee, Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee.
That's pretty correlated with updrafts, is what this red area is. Strong updraft, strong. Back to our relative velocity. Watch this thing in action here. So if you watch that down there, if you watch this one in particular, it's dying off. It's just not gone yet. And it's normally pretty clear to see this rotation in the storm relative mode, which is this bottom right one. But when you have enough to get these areas of gray, it's pretty easy to see that too. This thing sticks out. This sticks out too, but it also sticks out here. When you lose that gray is when, like, now it's like, okay, you can still tell there's rotation here, but it's much easier to see on the relative velocity. That's why I use them both, because in some instances, if I'm just scanning over this, I may, I'd probably see that bright green. But I definitely see that. Absolutely. So I like to use them both, and I like to change them out. Oh, here we go. Grays are back. We are now outside of the tornado warn zone. So we're staying south of State 20, is it 28? State Route 28, east of Alexandria. Northeast of DeVille, just south of 28. Heading towards Walters, Archie, Jonesville. Still in the path. Still in the path. Rotating thunderstorm. Jonesville, you're right in the path. You're looking at 40 minutes. It's getting a nice hook on her, guys. Get a nice hook on her. Let's check her out in 3D. Can you see this? Yeah, you can see that. I just got it covering that bottom one right now. That's okay. It's okay. So, right now we'll take a look at the storm in 3 dimensions. See if we have any sort of inflow notch. That's what we like to look for in rotations, which it looks like there is some sort of inflow notch there. It's in kind of the... I expected it to be right here.
Tornado warning for southeastern LaSalle Parish in north central Louisiana.
There we go. There's our extension right here. Extension of that tornado warning. That is now extended out almost to Walters. Walters, you are just barely out of a tornado warning right now. Just barely out of a tornado warning. So we're going to track this new storm motion. Still heading towards Jonesville. Like I said, Jonesville, you got 40 minutes. Frogmore, you're potentially in this path. Archie, you're potentially in this path. Dunbarton, you're about an hour out from this storm. Walters, this thing may look like it's tracking south of you. You're not out of the woods yet. This thing can turn anytime. If it does impact you, it'll be impacting you in about 15 minutes. About 15 minutes. If you're in Walters right now, even though you're not in a tornado warning, I would suggest you get to your safe space. If you don't know what your safe space is, I suggest now to figure out what your safe space is. If you have a basement, that's a safe space. If you don't have a basement, if you have a tornado shelter, that is obviously your first choice. Obviously your first choice. If you don't have either a basement or a tornado shelter, you need to get in the lower, most innermost part of your building. Get into your bathroom closet. Get into a hallway. Get into a closet underneath a set of stairs. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you were in this tornado warning, obviously do that now. If you're in Walters or Archie, I'd suggest you go ahead and get there now. Bring some pillows. Bring some blankets. Cover your heads. Protect your kids. Do not come out until you hear the all clear is given. Until you see that you're out of the zone, until the tornado warning expires in your area and you don't hear any more alerts. So we got a sweet update here. Still rotating. Still rotating. A little bit less than it was a while ago. This thing's kind of going back and forth. It's got a nice hook on it though, guys. It's got a nice hook on it. So this, it's wanting to wrap around. If this thing can wrap around just a little bit more, you may see a tornado on the ground. So take this warning seriously, guys. I know this is out of the way. You may not have been expecting extreme weather, but you're getting it. So you're definitely getting it. Jonesville, you're just out of the woods. You know, as far as that first storm goes, you just got done with that first storm. Now you got a new storm. You got a more serious storm heading towards you right now. You got about 30 minutes. About 30 minutes or less until this storm, which is tornado warned, reaches Jonesville, Louisiana. Clayton, you're in the path of this storm, guys. Faraday, you're potentially in the path of this storm. Frogmore, Dunbarton, potentially in the path of this storm. Tornado warned storm, which is showing rotation. Potentially has already had a tornado on the ground. We don't know. Potentially one right now. We don't know. All signs point to tornadic storm. Nothing we can confirm so far. We'll just have to wait and see. No spotters reported. Let's pull up our spotters map here. Give me just 1 second and let's pull up the spotter network. And see if anybody's down this way. So we have Kate Smith down here. Benjamin Clark. Nick down there. Not a whole lot of people around this area right now. This was not expected. These guys probably live in this general area. We do have a lot of people who are up in this general area. This is Mississippi. If I can zoom out a little bit. It's hard to see on this. This is not meant for... That's why I got that other radar to kind of view the whole thing in a wide angle. But a lot of people up here in this general area and between Mississippi and Alabama watching for these in this tornado watched area. But we know so far that this storm right here, the one that's produced a tornado warning, is not in that area at all. Be keeping an eye on this. I'm going to let this play for a minute. I'll be right back. Let's take another look at this in 3D. I want to look at this again in 3D. I feel like I didn't get a good chance to look at it. So as you can see there at the bottom, is underneath is our projected 2D imagery that we look at on radar, and then 3D imagery above it. This is in thousands of feet. So when we're talking about 20 KFT, you're talking about 20,000 feet in the air. So if I go to this, the storm is actually not as tall as I expected it to be, but that's okay. It is pretty towering though. So you have low-level clouds down here about, 10, 15,000 feet. And then this area of rotation's bringing in this big wall that jumps up to 35,000 feet, something like that. And what I was trying to do is see if I could find an inflow notch on this bad boy, but I don't. This is reminiscent of an inflow notch in this area, but I don't think that's what that is. It's kind of like this whole thing is sort of an inflow notch, but it's really broad. Very broad. Kind of looking at our rotation here. You see that our rotation does sink down to this point right here. Right there. That's the center of our rotation right here. So this is a 3D. Whoa. Sometimes it's hard to see. I'm about to get after my dog for trying to bite at my wires. Same thing here. You can kind of see that green piece. It's hard to see. It's hard to see, but there is rotation right there. That's where they meet. One's going one direction, one's going the other. We can also see rotation in another way. We can see it in normalized rotation, which is much easier to see on the radar, so we'll pull up that now. Ooh, but there's not a lot going on. Not a lot going on. A lot of times what you'll see with normalized rotation is you'll see a nice blob of blue and a nice blob of green right next to each other. Still got a strong updraft, so.
Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi.
Oop, that's back in Mississippi. This new tornado warning is for LaSalle County. Is expected to expire in 20 minutes, but it should be canceled here in the next 5. We're just south of Walters right now in the central of rotation, a little bit west, mainly south. And where are we heading for? Where are we heading for, guys? We are heading for Jonesville. Jonesville, you're underneath the 30-minute mark. You're about 25 minutes out. 20 to 25 minutes out from the rotation, going over top of your heads, and it's heading right for you, man. It is heading right for you. Still got a nice hook that inflow's starting to punch in a little bit, so it's difficult to tell with this one if it's gonna kill over or if it's gonna go, but it's been a long time now. Hold on a second. I do think it's probably gonna not make it though, which is a good thing. We don't want tornadoes, guys. We don't want tornadoes, especially not to impact any sort of populated area. Jonesville's right in the path of this. We want this thing to die out, so I think that's where we're heading though. I'm gonna let this play for a little bit. Probably gonna die out when that warning gets canceled though. We'll see about switching this whole thing back over to our broad view back into the tornado watch region of Mississippi and Alabama.
Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama, east central Colbert County in northwestern Alabama. Tornado warning for Tippah County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Benton County in northeastern Mississippi, western Alcorn County in northeastern Mississippi.
tornado warning here. I'm sure you guys just heard it. We're gonna switch over here to the back to the 4-panel here. We're in northern Mississippi now, guys. We're in northern Mississippi. We are, where are we at in relation to anything? We are near New Albany, north of New Albany, west of Ripley. Joe Jenkins is in Ripley. Let's turn off those places. North of Hickory Flat, Mississippi, west of Ripley, right near the border, near Ashland, you have a storm with pretty intense rotation. That storm is 9 miles west of Ripley, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation, as you can see here and here. These are brighter colors than what we just looked at before, right? So you have a lot brighter reds. You don't have as much brighter greens, but those reds are way more intense, and you can clearly see this rotation on the base velocity too. So we're going to check out, got a nice ZDR column, and then it's got some turbulence in there. Those echo tops, not reaching terribly high right now. We're reaching about 30,000 feet. 30,000 feet, normalized rotation. Here's what I'm talking about. Here's your normalized rotation. You have two areas of rotation here. One just above west of Faulkner and one just below west of Ripley. If you are in Blue Mountain, Ripley, Faulkner, Tiplersville, Walnut, you need to be in your safe space. You need to be in a shelter. You need to be underground. You need to be in your tornado shelter. You need to be in a hallway, bathroom, closet, away from windows. Put as many walls between you as possible. If you don't have a basement, get in the lowermost, innermost part of your building immediately. Assume this is a tornado on the ground, because we have got some severe rotation here wrapping up northwest of Ripley, Mississippi. Ripley, Mississippi, guys. This is, let's check this out here. We are, okay, the road that runs out of Ripley 15 that goes up to Walnut, we are just west of that. We're going to cross right in between Faulkner and Ripley. Right in between is where that area of rotation is going to come. Not seeing a lot on the CC right now. Seeing some disturbances in that updraft just from sort of artifacts from the updraft. I am seeing some pretty heavy rotation there, though. Definitely some heavy rotation. Not as much of a hook. There's not a lot of a hook on this one. It's more of this straight line. The dangerous part is, let's see, where is that area rotation in the, oh, it's right here. So it's right here. So it's going to get dangerous when this starts cutting in. And, you know, I mean, it could be dangerous before that. I'm just saying, it's like, if that does happen, that's a serious storm we got to pay really close attention to. I'm going to let this play out here and see what else is going on. So this is radar indicated. So this is from the National Weather Service. This is what they're seeing. Don't have too many spotters up here. We got some spotters to the east. Might be able to confirm something if it happens over there. Old Joe Jenkins there in Ripley, Mississippi. I hope you're in cover, my guy. I hope you were in cover. Actually, I'm going to leave those road maps up there. I'm just going to take away the spotters. That way we can see what we're looking at here. That area rotation is not going away, guys. I'm going to let this hang out here on the most live, up-to-date image. I'm not going to let it loop through. That way we can constantly see that newest image as it comes through. I'm going to keep a close eye on this.
Tornado warning for southeastern Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Limestone County in north central Alabama, east central Colbert County in northwestern Alabama, northeastern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama.
New tornado warning, guys. New tornado warning. So we're keeping a close eye on this one. I'm looking at this and I'm saying those winds. I don't like the way that wraps up. I don't like the way that one looks either. I don't like that right there. Gosh, that's hard to look at. I can't tell what I'm looking at. So we are east of Florence, Alabama now. We're in northern Alabama, heading towards Rogersville. If you are in the Rogersville area on 72 in northern Alabama, you need to be in a safe space right now. You need to get in the lower, most innermost part of your building, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. Bathroom closet, hallway, interior closet, tornado shelter, basement. Those two are great options if you have them. Get into them now. If you are in the Rogersville area of northern Alabama, you need to be in your safe space now. If you are in Anderson, Alabama, you need to be in your safe space now. I don't like the way that's looking. Not looking fun, guys. There's got to be other communities around this Rogersville area. Let's do this. Take a look at this. East of Florence on this map right now. Give me just 1 second. Look at this. All right. This pink area is your tornado warning. If you are in this pink area, you need to be in your safe space now. If you are in Athens, Alabama, along I-65, northern Alabama, if you're in Athens, you need to be prepared to get in your safe space at a moment's notice. Have your emergency alerts on. You need to be prepared as soon as possible. This area, this tornadic motion right now is over. Areas north of 184, east of Florence, just south of the river. Just south of the river, heading towards Rogersville, heading towards Athens, heading towards Elkmont, Tanner, in northern Alabama. You all need to be in your safe space. You're prepared to go in your safe space. If you're in Rogersville, get in your safe space now. I don't like that. I don't like the way that looks. Right now, it's hard to tell for me if there's a tornado on the ground or not. There's a hook. There's a center of rotation. There's some pretty strong rotation here. There's some CC garb. It's hard to tell because there's some weird artifacts with this updraft. This updraft is very strong. It's got hail in it. It's got hail potentially over an inch in diameter. So it's causing a little bit of some weirdness. That's what all this green streak is. But I don't know if that's what this is or if that's what that is. It's hard to tell. So I can't confirm whether a tornado is on or off the ground right now. It's not going to happen. You just need to prepare like there is one. Assume there is. Assume there's a tornado on the ground on 184, just north of 184 in northern Alabama, heading towards Rogersville, Athens, Elkmont, Anderson, Tanner. Get in your safe space, guys. Get in your safe space. All right, let's go back over here and let's check this out. Is there a closer? I wonder if there's a closer radar that might show me a better picture. Let's get rid of that. I'm going to switch radars real quick. Bear with me. It won't show anything for a minute. I just want to see the latest update on this Alabama tornado warning and see if there's any better views over here. See if we got any better views. Rogersville, you're right in the path of this thing. Right in the path. Both of these tornado warnings are actually set to expire at the same time in about 20 minutes or so. Expected to expire at around 7:30 Central Standard Time or 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. A long ways to go on these two. A long way to go. Center of rotation now. It's right about there. Still heading towards Rogersville. You have about 10 minutes. Got about 10 minutes before that rotation is over top of your head, and if it has a tornado on the ground, you do not want to be caught unprepared. Get into your safe space now, Rogersville, Alabama. Alright, let's check this out. Let's go switch back to where we can see both of them. See what this Ripley tornado is doing. Tornado warning. Sorry. It's not doing a lot of... It was doing a little bit. It's got a lot of rotation going on right there. A lot of rotation right there. Just don't know if it's doing anything or not. What's going to happen with it? We don't know. Doesn't seem like it put one down, so that's good. That center of rotation on the Mississippi storm, north of Ripley, Mississippi. Just south of Faulkner. Just right in between them. The storm right there is... let's scroll down here. Moving east at 50 miles an hour, so it's actually more northeast, though, I believe. Let me track this on. Yep, northeast. Heading towards Corinth. Corinth, you are in the path of this storm. You got about 30 minutes. Tornado warned rotating storm heading towards Corinth, Mississippi, right on the border between Mississippi and Tennessee in that tri-state region. Corinth, I know, has got to be a very populated area. Let's take a look. Yep. Sure is. That white line is the projected path of the storm right now. That's not completely going to be 100% accurate, but that's cutting right through the middle of town. So you guys, Corinth, keep your warnings on. Keep your eyes in the sky. You got to know when this thing's coming. You got to know. Because if it touches down, you got to be prepared. You can't be caught off guard by this. That's how people die. So make sure you're paying attention. Got your emergency alerts on. You have a safe space picked out. If you don't have a safe space picked out, pick one out now. Now is the perfect time to do it. Now is the best time to do it. More weirdness going on near Rogersville. Strange things happening in Rogersville. I don't know what's going on there. Purple. I mean, I would think that's the center of rotation. Right there. But also it could be, I mean, the hook, if this is a hook, it's like, oh, it should be right here somewhere or right here somewhere, but it's not. It's not down here. This looks like it based on velocity, but it also could be down here. It's so weird. This is a strange storm. Could also be how far away I am, so I'm using the radar down here. It's kind of right in between these two radars right now. It's hard to see. I don't think either of them are producing at the moment. It's really hard to tell with this Rogersville. Really difficult to tell. Very, very difficult to tell. We'll watch them and see what happens.
Tornado warning for northern Limestone County in north-central Alabama. Severe thunderstorm warning for Central Moore County in Middle Tennessee, Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee. thunderstorm warning for northwestern Carroll County in north-central Mississippi, southeastern Grenada County in north-central Mississippi, Montgomery County in north-central Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Madison County in north-central Alabama, northeastern Limestone County in north-central Alabama. Tornado warning for northeastern Madison County in north-central Alabama.
All right, real quick, guys, we got a new tornado warning just north of Huntsville, Alabama. We're going to switch over to our GR2 real quick, take a look at what's going on. So let me update this to the most recent. I can't hang out for too long. Hey! No. Sorry, I'm puppy duty here grabbing shoes and stuff like that. Alright, so this is where our rotation is, right here where that triangle is. It happened. The triangle is our hail indicator. It's indicating around an inch diameter hail. That's not always perfectly accurate, but we're in between Hazel Green and Moores, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So our times, let's see, Moores Mill, you got at 8:25 p.m. Central Standard Time, and New Market around 8:35 Central Standard Time. Moores Mill, it's pretty much right on top of you right now. So they're a little bit off there from when that warning just went out. It's just north of Moores Mill. Rotation is right here, right in where these two colors meet, but it doesn't look too crazy, doesn't look too intense.
That cell right there, though, is intense. So even if you may not get a tornado here in Madison County, you may get some hail, you may get very heavy rain, and you may get strong damaging winds. So New Market, you need to be in your safe space right now. Lowest part of a building, lower innermost part of your building. If you got a basement, get in it. If you got a shelter, get in it. If you don't have a shelter or basement, lower innermost part of your building, hallway, a closet, a bathroom, anything like that, grab some pillows, put them over your head, protect your children, things like that. Get into that position now. Your warning there is expected to expire at around 8:45, but it could be sooner than that, depending on how fast the storm gets out of the way. So those pinks there, those are really intense. It's a really intense updraft. That's where your hail core is. That's where the most rain, the most hail is going to be. The winds are going to be right behind that. Strong, damaging winds. There is rotation there, but it's not super tight. It's not super intense as far as I can see. Let's change this over so we can get a little bit better view of this rotation here. So you got your reds cutting in, you got your grays, a little bit of greens there, and they're kind of wrapping around each other, you know, yin and yang, and right in the middle is your rotation. So right here is the area of rotation right now, but it is heading directly towards New Market in northern Alabama, north of Huntsville. We'll let this play out for a little bit until this thing expires. Anything changes, I'll be back to update you.
Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Colbert County in northwestern Alabama, northeastern Franklin County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama. Severe thunderstorm warning for Central Limestone County in north-central Alabama, northwestern Morgan County in north-central Alabama, central Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama. severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin County in northwestern Alabama.